me warm up a bit. I feel like I haven't done digital for a long time now. Let me see. Yeah, two days. Well, let's not even count that one. Probably 3 days. I haven't done digital art in 3 days. Which is like a lifetime. Let me move my mic closer. Feels like a lifetime. Let's try. Since I started this channel. That's a good question. The longest I've not drawn at all is probably around 3 days, 3, 4 days. Like since YouTube. Before that, I think a week is the longest, or no, 9 days is the longest because I went to Japan for 9 days. I'll warm up with the chibi. I came back, it felt like I forgot how to draw. That's but you kind of remember it pretty fast, like pretty quickly you get it back. So, yeah, like even the tablet feels weird to me because I've been kind of grinding oil paintings a bit in real life. Oh, Sasaki, thanks for joining again. Sorry, you're in Japan, right? That's why it's late over there. Accidentally met me on Reddit. It's one of the Marvel posts. Yeah, there are things that are easier in real life painting, and nobody talks about it. People are like, "Oh, digital art is so much easier." Like, yeah, in some aspects it is, but not in all aspects, I think. There's definitely huge benefits to digital art, and it's not the same thing people think it is. I think the biggest benefit is the cost. If your volume is really high and you want to test things, it'll get really expensive on oil really fast. And it's still cheap, don't get me wrong. Like canvas is like the canvas papers are very cheap, but oils themselves, if you want to experiment like with bigger stuff, with like good oil, is gonna add up pretty quickly. No, I posted on Reddit recently, actually. Do you feel any signs of an art block, lady? What do you mean? I still don't really understand what art block means. Like, you just don't feel like drawing, or you can't make something creative. I feel like those two are different things. Like, I get it when you can't make something that you feel is creative, but not wanting to draw, that doesn't make sense to me. Or like not being able to just sit down and draw. Because you can always sit down and draw. You just pick something to study. So personally, I never had a time where I sit down and I can't do studies if I don't know what to draw. I can just pick something. I'll take like a couple more minutes to warm up. I like warming up with chibis because they're fast. I'll talk a little bit about expression studies, and they're actually one of the main things I want to study. Besides, drawing Ganyu is obviously the main like subject, but the thing I want to learn how to draw well is sad expressions, and it's been a huge thing for me until about a year ago, because I feel like my skill was lacking, like up to uh, maybe a year ago, because I studied it before, but I couldn't get it quite right. I probably still won't get it quite right, but hopefully I am more skilled now than last year. Any expression you want to paint for the base expression? So I just want to paint sad expressions. Like I've for a really long time I just like painting sad faces. I want to paint sad faces. I can't do it very well. But there's a few reasons why that's the case. I think sad expressions are really hard to paint. Or actually, most expressions, like any strong emotions, is pretty hard to paint. And I'm not talking about like any specific art style. I'm talking like, yeah, it could be anime, it could be realism. I think I haven't really seen that many artists do it well. And like in terms of facial expressions, you can tell a story much better with like animation. And if it's like civil frames or you have a setting like story, but I'm talking like strictly facial expressions to stand on their own, or maybe some poses to stand on their own. There's not too many art that I like that has good facial expressions. Oops. I typically don't spend too much time doing analysis and reviews anymore. And but there is a feedback channel. I try to like visit the feedback channel sometimes on my Discord server, but even that I don't spend too much time, and I should spend a little bit more. It's just lately I've been trying to spend time studying like my own stuff. So I do self critiques and I do studies because I want to improve. But so I figured, instead of spending time doing critiques, I could spend time doing critiques for myself and try to improve that way because I should listen to my own advice. I don't want to be like one of those guys that, have everything to say but doesn't actually like do the thing they preach. So maybe that's an issue because I it's like a symptom of me don't not liking advertising. It is too tall. Yeah, I know Yoneyama. So, or Yoneyama, not my. Um, Yoneyama Mai. Is that the full name? Anyway, she's a yeah. I think her expression is pretty good, but it's not like really strong emotions. Like, okay, for example, the ones I'm studying, I'll study a little bit from the movie Les Miserables, if I pronounce that wrong, because I don't speak French, but the Anne Hathaway has pretty good expressions, I think. But that's like the exception. If you look up like sad expressions on Pinterest or whatever platform, you get a lot of like obviously sad faces, but the sad faces, one, they don't look good. Second, the expressions look almost fake. Like a lot of these Bollywood movies, they have the scene where the character dies, or like the character dies. Oh, the pianist is great. Yeah. The like the main female protagonist gets shot and takes like 10 minutes to die. And then, everybody else around them is making these sad faces. I feel like a lot of Pinterest references look like that. Yeah, of course I know Yoneyama. I mean, I've seen her art. I don't know her personally, but very, very clean work. Probably the cleanest work for cell shading. Crying Scene, Interstellar. Yeah, okay, so I think masculine faces make better sad faces. There's very few female faces, feminine faces, even if they're a guy, feminine faces that has a good sad expression. Very few. And I've looked at thousands, tens of thousands of references. It's just I think the reason is usually feminine faces have less angles, less creases. Just like aesthetically, that's how we're conditioned to like it. Like that's what at least me, that's what I find attractive in a face. Not necessarily that, creases in certain places are bad, but I think guys generally have more creases. And that goes really well with sad expressions. But for like when I look at female sad expressions, uh how do I put it? Yeah, it looks kind of fake. I mean, a lot of them are actress and they just set it up for the shot, so obviously they're fake. But yeah, I mean, yeah, when a lot of these expressions when done on a more feminine face, they don't have as many creases, which I think is fine. But to pull the right muscles to make it look like a good sad expression, I don't know how to explain it, but I feel like there's a combination of uh, muscles that you can move to make a like a beautiful sad face. And I don't know what that combination is, and I haven't seen too many artists draw that. I mean, there's the term ugly cry, right? And I think even ugly crying, you can have a beautiful sad expression. And I want to be able to draw that really well. Actually, that's one thing I want to be the best at drawing. Yeah, 'cause I like drawing sad faces. I sound young now. Some people say I sound older than they thought. I mean, I get both, but sound young isn't like my vocabulary or diction sounds young or the voice itself. Depicting some kind of melancholy. So I was looking up like words. I know I really like the word reverie, but reverie tends to be more happy thoughts or pleasant thoughts. So the opposite of reverie is kind of like it's not melancholy. It's like rumination. So I think that's what I want to depict. I don't think there's an accurate word for it for me. Like there's no exact opposite of reveries. Rumination is more like you're stuck. You're stuck in a sad thought. It's not like a passing sad thought. So no, not nostalgia. So okay, I think the character from Jujutsu Kaisen describes it perfectly. The dude, what's his name again? Oh my god, the accountant, the overtime guy. Kento Nanami. Nanami describes it very well. It's like he says like being an adult is like learning to live with the disappointments, like the minor disappointments in life. Like your favorite cake shop running out of your favorite bread. So that's the feeling I want to learn how to draw. But first, I need to draw really sad faces, and then I have to learn to dial it back. Oh, hi. It's not that impactful or emotional. This is my first emotions. Didn't miss anything. So I think you can do form really well without needing really heavy creases or whatever. I don't think the exaggeration is needed for really good form. I think that's if you're good at like subtle changes in contrast. That's why I've been studying it. Subtle changes in contrast, and it's you should be able to draw it well. The last one I drew was Magneto. The uh was it Michael Fassbender? Michael Fassbender version. None, I mean, yeah. That's what Gojo calls him, right? Okay. So yeah, and like I said, there's no references that are that good. Like very few. There's more references for guy being said than girls being said that are good in my opinion. But I think there's a combination that I can do that would be better than the references that exists. And I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. Just draw better than the reference themselves. Particular movie that makes you cry. 10 Promises to My Dog. The entire movie, basically. Yeah, that's a sad one. Why do I want to draw sad expressions the most? Uh, I think they're difficult, and I think sad and anger is like one of the stronger emotions. I say this before. I said this before. Sometime, it's if your day is going really well, like you're happy and everything's going good. If one sad thing, one bad thing happens, your entire day is ruined. Like that's how strong the emotion is. Like it just seeps into everything else. But if you have a terrible day, like a pretty bad day, you can have a bunch of happy things and it doesn't really make it that much better. Like the happy has a how do I put this? Low saturation potential. The emotion of happiness has low saturation potential. And sadness is like it's like putting a drop of ink into a bucket of water. Yeah, the water can be clean. You know, like one drop, you're done. But no matter how much water you pour into a bucket of dirty water, it's like always be kind of dirty. Not that it's a bad thing. Like it's just how it is. Emotional damage, exactly. Not many actual sad face reference as well, because who takes a picture of themselves? Yeah, I mean, yeah, a low saturation potential. S- happiness has a lower osmotic pressure than sadness. Okay, let's get painting. That's enough. That's enough horsing around. Why did I just make a new layer and merge it down? Okay, let's do the standard. Um, Paint a very standard looking portrait, and then change the expression. I mean, portraits are pretty easy to do. Just keep it low saturation. So like, okay, so I practiced for probably more than a year now. Like I'm intentionally avoiding sad faces because I was not happy with it. So I went on this kind of a journey to get better at drawing, get better at uh, yeah, art in general, so that I can make the like draw the faces I want. It's only a year. It's a cheap price to pay. A lot of people think on a like a smaller time frame, which is kind of weird for a hobby like drawing or art. They're like, ah, I gotta get better in like a year. I gotta get better in like 6 months. Like, yeah, I've seen you can get better in 6 months, but like there some of these expectations are not realistic. I think some people hear like my like I guess kind of a training arc for um, black and white drawings. I spent almost I don't know, like probably 2 years or more doing black and white, like grayscale, because I was like, I'm not good. I'm not good at drawing, so I gotta start at the basics. And people think that's like a lot of time. Like, no, it's not that much time to hone a prerequisite skill that's necessary for pretty much all of art. Right? Will you study multiple crying expressions or just one portrait? Oh, well, I'm studying one right now. I want to just get one good one, and then obviously I'll study more in the near future. I'll try to draw like get back to drawing more and more sad faces. I used to draw them a lot, but like I said, skill issues. Now I have less skill issues because I took another year to build it up. Just like plain technical abilities. I'll read Da Vinci in 2 weeks. Are you almost Da Vinci right now? That's the only thing, the only way you're gonna get to Da Vinci in 2 weeks. Get the alignment for the face. I wonder, okay, so I've been grinding oil painting for the past, well, I wouldn't say grinding, but I've been doing oil painting for the past 2, 3 days, and then I did acrylic for about 10 days because I have to paint that giant wall. Have you guys seen the mural in real life? But I wonder how that will affect me, especially these last 2 days, because I got used to oil a little bit more. Like, I can somewhat comfortably just do alla prima now, wet on wet. But yeah, I wonder if it affects my technique, like how I process uh, the steps. Any country you want to visit soon? Probably Japan again. I want to visit Osaka for the food. I always liked the Norwegian countries, Nordic countries, not Norwegian, Nordic countries. So there's a video I really like on YouTube for like sad, or it's just a sad video of it's a compilation of movie scenes that are sad. But it's the least delisted now, because of copyright issues. I'm assuming, but I still watch it sometimes. It's called, I don't even know what it's called, but they have like the movie Logan in there, and you already know it's gonna be sad. So, ooh, I definitely do this part differently. This is the color I would choose for oil painting because I don't want to drop too dark. But if I were to do digital painting, I would go pretty dark in the beginning. It's like habit changes from different medium. That is cool. Ah, this is also an oil painting habit. Like the brushstroke direction is different. That's so weird. It's like, who am I even? I paint a little tighter now than a couple days ago. I think I think that's actually a bad thing because it's like fear of making mistakes. Oil is less tolerant to mistakes than digital, slightly. You can still cover it pretty easily, but I wouldn't want to waste paint. Osaka wa iiso. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I've never been there, but I heard Osaka is like the capital for food. Like they have really good food there. That's all I heard, and I already like it. You like the cold? Yeah, I like the cold. Are there any of your family parents into art as well? Painted? No, none of my family members painted in the past, but my mom started painting after she retired, which is really recent. It's weird because she's always like the one that's saying, "Oh, like art's garbage. You can't make money. Like for people who are talented, clearly not you." So, but now she's getting getting into drawing. I was like, really? All this time, all this time you told me that art is a waste of time. I mean, good for her, I guess, but I can't. I have to be a little bit bitter about that. She has like a full room of paintings now, like a full room of uh like actual oil painting, and she paints more than me actually. Spends more time per day painting than me. Oh, hi. Wagi. Oh man, 106 people. Damn, a lot of people. More than I thought would be up at this time. I was a full-time painter. Wow. I'm not sure if I care if my relatives painted or not because I mean I wouldn't know. Like, is that cool to have relatives that paint? Like, does that help the artistic development? I feel like if you're exposed to art at an earlier age, it can help a little bit, but I really wouldn't know how much that helps. Yeah, I definitely paint tighter shapes now, and kind of kind of a bad thing, but it's more accurate. That's weird. I built different habits in like just 2 days with 2 more days with oil painting. How many of your relatives know about your art? So they don't know that I have uh Instagram with like 200K follows. I don't want them to know. But they do know I paint and I teach in real life. And they've seen some of my drawings, both digital and in person, like actual paintings. So that's kind of the extent that they know. Wait, my family and friends paint. It's better since they are easily impressed. So I don't care if my relatives are impressed at all because at the end of the day, if they don't draw, right, then it's not like I don't need their opinion on drawing. Just partially because I'm still bitter about the whole painting thing a little bit. And I don't care to talk to my relatives that much. One reason is because I don't. Most of my relatives are not local, and then the second one is like they. Some of them really do not care about art. Teach as a day job. It's more like a part-time job right now because I don't have that many classes open, but I will be working kind of as an artist full-time ish soon. Hopefully. It's a lot of if statements, but there are a lot of uncertainties. But it's so weird. I draw different habits. I wonder if it will actually make my work better. the end of the day, that's the thing that matters the most. Like, doesn't make me a better painter. That's one of the main reasons I picked up oil painting. And besides the fact that it looks fun, it's like I think like cross training between mediums will make me a better painter overall. I'll still main digital, right? Like I still like digital more because of how convenient it is and the versatility. Like you don't have the limitation of the medium as much. I think because I'm missing the classical trainings, I might shortchange myself if I don't try to add it to my skill set. So a lot of professional artists, they go to art schools and whatever, right? So they're more well-rounded than me. So they might have something I don't. And that's not okay. Just kidding. That's not okay for what I want to do. So let's see. I'll read the questions once in a while, but like maybe 5 minutes, 3 minutes. And I want to draw for 3 or 5 minutes and then take a break, take like 30-second break. So I don't pigeonhole like tunnel vision. It's also that non-painters and artists will notice subtle details as well, but I guess won't notice subtle details as well. Yeah. So I actually, here's the funny part. They were talking about art and whatever because they know I draw, and they were like, so I actually in some occasions I showed them some of my paintings, and like some of them are not that easily impressed, especially because like they look at the surface value stuff, like surface level things. They're like, oh, but it's not realism, or it's like it looks cartoony. I'm like, okay, first of all, my paintings, I don't think they look cartoony. I don't think they know what that mean means. So it's not the first time I've heard it. Like from a outsider perspective, outsider as in people who's not familiar with the painting scene, and even some clients that I work with, or like in real life, like older clients. They're like, your paintings look like anime or cartoon, like comics or something, because they're not realistic. I'm like, what do you mean? So, and I understood what they mean. They're like, they show me an example. It's like, uh, not even the Renaissance paintings, but like a photorealistic copy of like a pencil drawing. It's just, yeah, like it's photorealistic. But that's not particularly difficult to do. You just need the patience. I mean, it's difficult to have that much patience. But I'm like, okay, like I can do realism. It's not an issue, but I don't want to. And so I had this idea. I was like, do they just think everything is cartoony as long as it's not realism? Like impressionism is a very respectable art style, I think, in the art industry even. And it's like I think most professionals would say it's skillful to be able to do somewhat realistic or like classical realism with impressionism. I'm throwing out a lot of like kind of buzzwordy style things, but I mean, and it's not very specific what I'm saying right now. But I showed them drawings of Yu Ming Lee, and everybody knows Yu Ming Lee is like the greatest. Maybe not the greatest painter, but one of the greatest painters of our time has to be. I mean, in their own style. So like impressionism, sometimes a little bit of realism, very realistic lighting. So I showed them that. I showed them Nathan Fox, Nathan Fox, the landscape painter. They said both of these look cartoony, like they're made for kids. That's when I stopped caring. I I would say Yu Ming Lee paints in a way that any age, like any people of any age can enjoy. Like if you, it doesn't matter if you're like 10 years old or you're 80 years old. You should be able to appreciate his art. Like it's just good. I mean, it might not be your favorite style, right? Some people like uh, you know, what's a what's like an opposing style? Like grunge art, like very sharp, like graffiti like art. But I would not call Yumin Lee's stuff cartoony. It does not look cartoony. So I think it's a matter of like developing the taste for art. And if that's the case, then I'm kind of worried because like how do normal people who's not acquainted with art view these kind of like my paintings or uh, other people's paintings like Danny Lai, Yuming Lee, impressionistic ones. Like I showed them a Monet and they're just like, ah, it's whatever, right? It's freaking Monet. Um, I can understand that impressionism, like heavy impressionism, is harder to understand, harder to appreciate than like more realistic styles. And I showed them like Ranja, but yeah, they like that. They're like, oh my god, this guy's really skilled. I'm like, yeah, I agree. It's really skilled and it's like realism and they do it really well and definitely one of the greatest. But that's all they can appreciate. They're just like how close it is to a photo. Like how close it is it to a photo. That's their measuring stick for how good an artist is. So back to my point. That's why I don't care about the opinions of my relatives in art, but I really hope not everybody is like that. I really hope like people can appreciate impressionism. It got me questioning myself. I'm like, is my art is is it really cartoony? Nothing wrong with cartoons, but that's not my intention. I'm not trying to draw like Disney fan art in Disney style. I'm actually trying to paint, try my best, but I actually like some of the changes I made on the progress. My brain's not functioning. Like I can't look at a painting and talk uh, complicated sentences. Give me like at least 2 minutes. 2 minutes. So I'm drawing the basic portrait first, and then I'll do the changes in expression because I want to know what the changes are. A lot of people when they study expressions, they just pull the reference and then they draw the expression. I'm like, but what's a baseline expression? Like, what are the changes? What differences do I have to make to get the expression? I think that's an important aspect of studying for me. Okay. Yes, I know you guys are typing, but give me some time. I think I need to align the lip first. It is like smiling. Don't want it to be smiling. I want that, like deadpan face that a lot of people complain about when some artists like they only draw expressionless face. It's like very standard to draw, right? If you're doing character art, usually a lot of characters have the cool beauty deadpan face. Like they just need to look good without expressions, which I like to do as well. But I think a lot of people find that kind of dry, or like maybe it's a lack of skill. Like I don't know how to draw expressions well because they're hard. Expressions are hard to draw. Okay, so the brush I'm using is kind of like pretty hard. It's harder than I used to use, but it is softer than a paintbrush. So I'm trying not to switch from it too fast. Actually have somewhat of a similar feel to a paintbrush. Now that I've experienced what a oil paint feels like. Okay, I'm gonna read. My voice makes you sleepy. Whoops. I can't do the screaming thing that the VTubers do. Like they're always like so hyper. Or like maybe I don't have a high pitched voice either. So. How long does each piece on? Let me just scroll. People who don't draw don't have the right to judge the artwork of those who do. I don't think that's true. I think people who don't draw should have the right to judge the artwork because as a viewer you have certain preferences, but that doesn't mean as an artist you need to listen to all the criticisms from everybody, whether they draw or not. But they can point out things that you haven't really seen because you need a fresh set of eyes sometimes. How does the square fit the triangle? Many ways. You can fit it many ways. People who don't. Okay, let's see. I don't think it looks cartoony. I hope not. How long does each piece take? 2 to 6 hours for the paintings. For pretty much all my paintings, there's like only one or two exceptions. I don't know about what people draw or their style or as a form of expression. If some expression. Realism art, it's beautiful. It's not acceptable. No, like the style does not limit the amount of beauty a piece of art can have, and it depends on what the preference of the viewer is as well. It's just I don't like the my complaint is they think art has two modes. Either it's realism or it's cartoony. Any deviation from that is cartoony. Any modification to tone, any keys is cartoony. Like it could be impressionistic. You could show them a Monet and they would think it's cartoony. And they did, which is weird. That's really weird. I think for most people that never draw, eventually they'll say it's cartoony and it's a bit annoying. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I'm not too annoyed by it. Just like, but at some point I'll just cut off the opinion because it's not a well-formed opinion. If they spent more time in it, they might have a better or like more refined opinion about it, or like precise. There you go, more precise opinion on it. But it's like I personally don't. I'm not a huge food person, as I'm not like a foodie that tries a bunch of different foods. So if you give me like really exotic food, I I wouldn't know how to judge it. I'll be like, ah, it tastes good or it tastes bad or it tastes like this or that, and then I'm sure people would be mad at me. Or like for example, wine. If you give me wine, I don't drink alcohol, but if you tell me like, oh, this is great wine, I'll be like, ah, it tastes like alcohol and sweet, I guess. And they'd probably be pissed at it. So it's different when the expression is deliberately chosen. Oh yeah, talking about the doing the base and then choose it. Yeah, I think it's a bit more study. Does he draw guys? I don't draw guys that often. I don't like drawing guys that much. How you'll get the proportion right without sketches? Just put the right things in the right places, I guess. Are you experienced with Japanese? What do you mean experienced? I can understand it a little bit. I can't speak it that well, but when people speak it, I can understand like oh enough of it. Right? It's like yeah, Japanese hiragana. It says a little bit of katakana in there or kanji. Your impression and perception is important from each artist. Some artists don't think that's the case. Like some artists is like, it's exactly what I want it to be, and I don't care about viewership. That's fine too. Either way you want to take it. Black and white mindset, yeah, a little bit. What do you think about modern art? Okay, that's an interesting topic. So modern art, I think a lot of it is waste of paint. A lot of it is waste of paint. Like if you throw a bucket at a canvas, like you just toss it in the air. They're thinking is like expression of what the activity of throwing paint, and then they try to put like a name on it just based on what comes out. I'm like, okay, it can look cool. The textures themselves can look cool, and I think some of them actually like if you have abstract art that's purposely made, like you're thinking through some of the strokes and the composition, that's fine. I think that can be great. That can be great art. You can have really good composition with abstract art. If you have zero control over what comes out, or like very little control over what comes out, like you just pick the ink and you let the wind do the work, that's laziness. Like it's not a fine line. Let's say I craft a contraption that dispenses paint in a certain way, that randomizes paint in a certain way. Like I build it out of steel, and wood, and I make the paint flow a certain way, and it creates like a piece of art. Fine, because there's human input, like a conscious input, not even conscious, like input with effort in it. Not saying that art cannot be effortless and look good, but it cannot be haphazard. It cannot just like hmm. Yeah, it's hard to find a fine line. So it's not like modern art is crap in general. It's just a lot of people who call their stuff modern art. Really, it's not art. It's like that one girl that showed up on socials. Hold on, let me just make sure I'm still in the right place on the chat. There's that one girl that bought a painting, like bought a painting that's finished, and it's like a landscape painting. And she taped some like square and then put some paint over the square. So basically, she just put a like a stamp over the art. It's like a square randomized paint, like a tiny one, and she called it her art. I'm like, no, not really. It's not really art. It's like me taking a paintbrush, dip it into random colors I don't care about, or like I really like pink, so I get pink, and I go to Monet's drawing. I put like a stroke across Monet's drawing. It's my take on. I don't know. I just make up some description for it. I don't think that's art. Where do you get your references? Pinterest. Yeah, but it's difficult to. Hold on. What do you mean by good? I don't know what that is referring to. Um, Pinterest does is filled with AI. Yeah, it is filled with AI, unfortunately. Good lighting focuses on face, interesting looking portraits. Yeah, good lighting setups. Hard light's easier to study. Let's start with that. Spinning paint bucket. Okay, spinning paint bucket is a tricky one. It depends on how it's set up to spin. Now, if you just hang a string in the middle of the room, right, like and you throw it, then yeah, I don't know. That's kind of lazy. Now, if you set up a contraption that's like more meaningful, I don't know how to define it, but yes, hard to define. But it's like I can see if I see a piece of art and how it's made, or just see a piece of art, then it's easier for me to say, this one's like I don't know about this one, or like this one clearly takes effort, or yeah, I don't want to draw like a clear line, or like I want a sort of like definition of what is and isn't art. But there are things that are clearly not. When I draw women, sometimes end up looking too masculine. Any tips to make faces feminine? It depends on what your problem is. I mean, usually the common advice is softness, but that doesn't. I mean, Arcane has really sharp style. They still make they still make it look very feminine. So usually it's the proportions actually. Gambling is art. Yeah, kind of. First time watching you live. Oh, hi. Thanks for joining. 6 years ago, I exposed some drawings with other artists, and most of them are modern art. It was definitely awkward. Exposed? What do you mean? What do you mean exposed? Like you report them to the police or something? Talking about the face, chief. Effort intention are the words you're no, effort intention is not the words I'm looking for, because you don't need effort or not. sometimes not even intention. You can have unintentionally good shapes. So a lot of times when I paint, I start my abstractions with no intentions. But I think if I just take that and posted it, like the abstract art, it can look cool, but uh that's like borderline not art. At least I wouldn't call myself the author because I didn't do anything besides putting stuff together. But doesn't mean it's yeah, like what if you have effort but no intentions? Or what if you have the other one? You have intention but no effort. You can make something effortless with intention, and it could technically look good. Especially if you're like already skilled and something is muscle memory, right? See a lot of things about emotions. I interpret whatever they painted. Uh, yeah, I mean, certain textures and colors can elicit like emotional response, or you can think about something about it. Like you can pull your own experience to kind of fit to the art piece. And that's the hard line, the line that's really difficult to draw. Pinterest become bad, yeah. I think these big artists like they have good pieces, so people would just like to see how they even draw a line because that's the special. That's like special. Uh, some of it is like that, but a lot of these modern artists they don't have technical abilities. Like you tell them to draw like from reference, they can't do it. And I think that's kind of necessary if that's the route you're going. Like like how a skilled artist would think you have to be skilled first. And just because you created things that sold for $300,000 doesn't mean you're technically skilled at all. So AI chunk. Wait. Oh, I mean, it depends on what you click on. Like the moment you click on like a few AI art, you're done. It's just gonna all be flooded. Oh, dot, really? If you just report them, they would stop showing up. Women have big eyelashes. Not necessarily true. There are guys with long, luscious eyelashes too. Has to look intentional. Yeah, it's like I said, modern art is a hard line to judge, and I think some people push that line too far, or like they're way out of that zone. Like taping bananas to a wall, for example. Like if you're doing for the sensation of like, oh, look what kind of like look how crazy the amount of money I get is for the amount of effort I put, and that's the sensationalist uh point of your art piece, then or like that's the focus of your art piece, then it's not really it's not really art. I guess you can argue like, oh, the world's perception on the scene is the art, but I think that's a stretch. Like they're a political assertion on the market, on the art market, like itself is art. I'd rather focus on like let's say illustrative art. We're talking strictly paintings on a canvas, not taped bananas or glasses on a shelf. If we're talking straight illustrative, I'd rather have some basis in technical abilities. Like know how to move paint, like be able to move paint with precision. Not not just let me throw some stuff on there and try to auction. Can you give a quick brush setting tutorial texture like yours? Oh man, here we go again. Hold on. This is very simple. There's very little settings on this. It's like a straight pattern. It's as simple as a pressure brush can get. Can you give me okay? Have you seen Sergeant's Spanish dancer? I'm very bad with names, but if I look at the painting, I'll probably know. I've seen a lot of Sargent's paintings, but he has like 900 paintings. Haven't seen all of them. I don't know. I think these artists are just big, do random things. People like it because it's random. People like it because they can launder money with it. They buy it, overprice it, donate it, and get a tax write-off. Or they just trade it because it's not trade. It's hard to value it, so they can hide money between the cost basis and the market value. この耳がおかしく聞こえてる. Yes, we're talking about banana. Bananas taped to a wall. Yeah, that's my brush. I've been using this brush for the entire painting. What is grass incident? Yeah, there's also the grass thing. I don't use the grass brush that much because I mean, it's an interesting texture, but I don't need to. Think if you can, you want to apply texture to some parts brush. Yeah, yeah. The text is usually pretty good brush pattern, just because it has some holes in it. But really, it doesn't matter what you use too much. Yes, we're talking about how bananas taped to a wall is not real art. I might get crucified for saying that, but I don't care. I feel like those are the same people that think Yu Ming Lee's art is cartoony. Actually, maybe worse than that. Oh hi. Okay, I'm gonna draw a little bit more. So I'll draw once in a while. I'll come back and answer questions and whatnot. But we're doing the base expression right now, and then we'll study the sad face. I want to draw sad faces. So I call this the Pluvium Leyendeckers brush. There's no special settings. I just use this to mimic Leyendecker's brushstrokes because it feels like oil paint. And now I can say that for sure because I've done oil paint now. So let me show you guys. So the Leyendecker painting that I drew with this exact brush is or Leyendecker's because I have two paintings. So this one I painted. This is a study for Leyendecker. I painted with this brush. And then obviously we're gonna change it to whoops, hold on. Obviously we're gonna change it to Ganyu. And the cross hatching is something that Leyendecker does in, I think, his later paintings. This is more classical realism, the first one, and then this is more his own style. Like I would say, I don't want to say comic, but his like, is it publishing? Like advertising work. He draws for like advertising, and this is what he does. So I think it's like newsletters or magazine publishing. I could be wrong, but uh, and then the second one is this one, and this is originally more his style already. And then I changed it to my characters just to kind of prove an understanding of his style. So if I understand his style, I should be able to draw other subjects with his style. Uh, Art Forging 101. So, I mean, this is borderline. Like, I didn't really consider it until someone mentioned it on a YouTube channel. Like, at some point, it becomes forgery. But really, if you want to study an art style, you have to forge it. If you're not forging it, then you haven't really studied the style in its like to completeness, I think. I'm not saying like you should try it and then try to sell it and pass it off as a Leyendecker, but you should be able to if you wanted. How do I do master studies? Pick a master painter, pick some paintings, and study. So yeah, so a lot of people when they do studies or master studies or they study a specific painter, whatever. I think they don't take it far enough. Like you study and you kind of get the drawing right. You don't really, and you branch off too early. Like you're just like, oh, I got the main shapes down. That's all I need. Now, if you're studying the style of someone, I think you need to push it further. Do you still do line art? I don't do line art. I sketch for fun, but I don't do line art for my paintings. I don't do underpaintings either. So if I'm doing oil, I go straight. I don't no underpainting, no sketch. It's like it's more feels more natural to me. I need to zoom out. I need to zoom out. Mm. She's still smiling. Why? No, I should just drop the brightness for the whole thing. This is one thing you can't do in oil painting. You can't just drop it. You can paint a like a thin layer over it, but then you risk unless you wait till it dries, you risk blending it. If you want to change every single color on the canvas, you have to paint over every single color, which is a pain. Oh, hi. Yeah, my drawing now is definitely a little bit more Renaissance. How do you call it? Classical realism. That's what they call it. Maybe you can improve without line art, but you need the skills. Yeah, you need to be able to draw lines accurately, the shapes accurately, not the lines. But I think you should frown the eyebrows tiny bit. No, I'm not there yet. I will frown the eyebrows a little bit, but I want base neutral right now. Yes, I want to be more careful with color. In fact, I want to be more careful with everything, but specifically, I want this painting to be as good as I can possibly make it. Honestly, that's what I should aim for every single painting. Like, I'll improve per painting, and each painting should be a culmination of all my skills up to this point. Everything I've learned. Can you do a tutorial? Like, what do you mean tutorial? Like, for what? I Okay, so Google how to make a brush on Photoshop or Clip Studio, and it's very easy to just make a text into a brush. Let's see. Good book for color and grayscaling. So I never went with any books. Like, well, that's not true. The only book I read is Loomis. And it got me started drawing because I found the contents of the book interesting, but I don't think it's necessary to read any books. Don't quote me on that actually, but I I think it's okay to not read the books and try to study from scratch, but you're reinventing the wheel, so you're gonna go slower. But that's what I did. So I want to think it through myself, not rely on regurgitated information. So I mean, you can go watch YouTube videos and stuff, and they'll give you the same information, like, oh, learn this, learn that, but or you can, yeah, it's like the difference between learning something yourself and like doing the research versus like asking AI for an answer to a prompt, like, and then I think that way your information is a bit more uh, hmm. You didn't arrive at the information through critical thinking. And I think I don't know if that's necessarily a super bad thing, but I feel like some things would be missing. That's why I didn't do it. Serious question. What do I need in Photoshop so I can change the properties of a brush without changing it for every other? Oh, that question I don't know how to answer because there's this lock on Photoshop. And I haven't figured out what it does exactly. I think it does exactly that, but I don't know which way is which, and I don't care because all my brushes have shares very similar settings. So, I mean, I should probably look it up one day, but I haven't found this to be an issue yet. But that's what you're looking for. Mostly just study value first, and you can sketch and improve your anatomy. Yeah, value's good, form is good. I mean, if you really want to know where to start, there's a lot of tutorials online. That's really good. If you just go to like a very well received video on YouTube, you'll probably get the same correct information. Maybe the way they present it is different, like a little bit, and some you will find more easily digestible. But that's really all the difference. Different approach of grayscale and color. Asian artists. Yeah, there's approach to color. Maybe I don't really know. They certainly some of them look different, and that's because of how they manage their like tone, hue, and saturation grouping. So like low key versus high key paintings are like uh focusing on one or two tones at once, uh, and kind of desaturating the rest, stuff like that. And there's a lot of theory on it, right? But there's no right answer. There's like just a lot of theory of what looks good and a lot of logic from it. But it's not something that you can't come up with if you studied it on your own. Take longer. Who reads lots of books? It's useless without doing a study for every concept you learn. Yeah, I think the practice itself is more important. Like you have to think through it. You can read all the books you want, but if you don't process the information, uh, it's not very useful. I've seen a lot of, not a lot of, but a few artists who they say the exact right things. They say all the right things. If you ask them what they need to practice, they'll tell you like, oh, I need to practice shapes, I need to practice forms, I need to practice good shape languages, I need to have good composition, interesting framing for the subject, framing the focal points. I need to, pick the right colors, doing Charles Bark. Very good syllabus. They can't do it. There's just not enough time. Like you spent all your time doing tutorials, but you don't actually practice the craft, and it doesn't matter how many tutorials you've watched or read. You have to. So the thing with like the exact problem with this is like you can have all the tutorials, but you have to train your perception. Reading the words is not enough. So I can read the words about like, oh, this is why I need to practice and this is why. But if you don't like actually go and look at the difference in value changes, the difference in contrast, and uh, practice looking at different colors, so that's a thing. Like practice perceiving different colors, you are not going to get it right no matter how much theory you have. So that's why I want to study it myself, because if I were to, let's say I study other people's art, master artists or whatever, I try to ask myself the question like, why are their stuff good? And then I have to break it down myself. And I'll arrive at the same answer slower, but I already get to practice as I'm arriving at the answer. Like, why is it red here? Why is it lower contrast? Or what are lost edges? Like, what really are lost edges? How do you lose the edge? And how do you create edges? It's many methods. So if you were to read a book, you could say, oh yeah, just use lost edges to build your composition. But when you're actually there, you're like, you don't know how to build it, right? Because you've never practiced and you haven't seen enough art to see all the possibilities that have already been done. Most things have been done already, so I think you need to practice and apply those techniques. Observe and use references. Yeah, if you think through the techniques and you come up with the logical reasoning, you kind of already practice it in your head. Like you think about how that artist practiced. So if I study Leyendecker and I look at how he uses form and color, then I at least think of how he does it. And it's like practicing in my head instead of just reading words. What art book do you recommend? I mean, Loomis is pretty fun to read to me. You can read that for fun, but the practice is more important. Skill Ranger channel. How long have you been painting for? I've been painting for 16 years now. Okay, let me paint a bit more. And now I'm painting how a classical painter would do. Kind of. Still a little less careful than a classical painter. Is good because it's digital. I think I actually improved a bit over the last week or so. Like visible improvement. Sometimes I study for a long time, like weeks with zero improvement. But sometimes the improvements come all at once. Oh, I forgot to save. Trungbui, I don't know Trungbui. The Alchemist from Paulo Coelho? Very good books. I haven't heard of those. I haven't heard of most books. Like I know Morpho for anatomy. I know Loomis. I don't know if Bridgman has a book. I know Charles Bark has. Actually, if anything, Charles Bark is good. I would say that's like good beginner one. It's like a very. It's almost a necessity, absolute necessity. I can't think of a case where someone wouldn't benefit from learning from Charles Bark. Video from Blue Biscuits. Talking about lighting. Okay. 80% talking, 20% already. Yeah, that's true. I'll draw more once I get to the later part, I think. Oh, you want me to keep it in archive? Okay. I'll probably I'll probably keep this one up. Did you know the Ross Trust situation? Yeah, the AI and the pay thing. Yeah, I've seen it. What about it? I said this before about Ross. I think his earlier works are better, and that's really all the opinion I have on him. Like I don't know what changed, but his earlier works are more painterly. But his later works, I'm talking like maybe like up to 2 years ago, is more like just blast the contrast. There's less finesse, in my opinion, than his earlier works. But the man's got to do what he's got to do. So his recent stuff, I think his recent work looks better. And I'm talking regardless of the the whole AI thing and the because the ones that I looked at didn't really have AI stuff in it. Like it's not detail or anything. I just think the painting looks good. But the not painting thing, that's not really art related. So I don't really have too much of an opinion on that. I mean, he should pay people. He's rich, so I don't see why he does that. But no, I don't know the guy, so I mostly care about the art, just the art. Oops. Wait a second. Wait a second. I'm glad I jumped onto oil for a bit. Now this painting actually looks classical. So a lot of styles today is like because of digital, you can just crank up the saturation. It's obviously it pops more, right? The painting pops more, and it does really well for posters and stuff and like advertising because of how bright everything is. But I've been trying to see if I can get away from that a little bit because I think there's the subtlety in like the Renaissance painting is is an art I like. Like the subtlety itself, not even the art. I don't have art book recommendations. I mean, except Charles Barg, but you guys know that already. Hold on, give me a sec. Yeah, so yeah, brush doesn't matter. Yeah. So after doing some painting, like in acrylic and oil, I think brush still doesn't matter. The only reason why I would buy an expensive brush, which I have one, or yeah, one that's actually expensive. In my opinion, it's like $20 for a single brush. It's like a size 8 or 10. I think that's pretty expensive. But the only reason why I bought it is because it's more durable. It's easier to wash. That's it. The shape itself doesn't matter too much. Like there are fan brushes and then there are flat brush and a round brush. That's really the only thing you need for oil painting. You can make all kinds of shape. The only reason I have like 6 brushes is because of the size. But in digital, it matters even less because digital you can change the size of any brush you want. So there's there's no reason why the brush would be a limitation at this point. I think the change from a normal base expression to a uh like a sad, very sad expression is not that much. Like you don't have to change that much. It's almost easier to draw lips in oil, traditional. A lot of things actually is easier. Cat is complaining again. I wonder is my painting too dark? Colors are off. It's not red enough. Tablet, iPad recommendation. So I reviewed a tablet on my channel, and iPad's pretty good. Like I have the iPad Pro, the second tier, not the highest one. Maybe not the Pro, but the newest one. Well, it's the newest, like a few months ago. Are you waiting for any games in the future? I don't like playing games that much anymore because I don't know. I like painting. Yeah, I need to fix the corner again. Let's make it too happy. So that was easy. Sad is really hard to draw for me, at least. How often do you guys complete one drawing in one sitting? At least half my paintings are done in one sitting. Maybe more. I like Yumin Lee. He's great. Ref is not on Discord. Painting scratches image. I don't know if it does. It's just like there's no games I really want to do. You did Marvel Arts. Yeah, I did Marvel Rival Arts a little bit. I played it for a bit. Season 1, I stopped after season or before season 1.5 dropped. All right, let's get back to painting. Let's it's time to get good. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Want to get good. I have a what was it? John Singer Sargent study sitting on the easel right now. I don't know if I want to finish it, but still think about it. I mean, I think about it because I started it yesterday and it's just abandoned because the canvas itself is too small. I can't draw the facial expressions with the even with like one bristle hair. Like one hair is too thick for some of the parts that he drew because he drew it on a 40-inch canvas and mine is a 8-inch canvas. I think the physical limitation is a bit too much. Do you ever draw traditionally? I started drawing traditionally recently. Or paint recently. Is that a cat? Yeah, I have a cat. Who's your favorite manga artist? I don't know if I have a specific favorite one that I go to. If you could travel back 10 years time, what would be the thing that you would say regarding growth? I would tell myself to take art more seriously 10 years ago. Like just practice more seriously. Actually practice. I needed the fundamentals and just start studying, but I didn't for a long time. Wait a second. I wasn't reading Twitch chat. My bad. I just remember I was double streaming. Oh god. So for those of you on Twitch, I was only replying to YouTube via comments. But I'll read both sets. Isn't that putting too much pressure on yourself? If you're still here. If you're still here, I don't think it's putting too much pressure on myself. Because I enjoy it. Like that's what I want. Don't you play Genshin since you draw Ganyu? No, I do not play Genshin. Why would I do that? When I can be drawing Ganyu. Yeah, I'll switch back and forth a little bit. Just so I don't miss anything. My bad. The flower mural thing. Yeah, that's new, but no, not that. Gotcha, bad drawing, good. Yeah. Yeah, I'll draw for 5 more minutes and then I'll reply. I don't know. I'll do every 5 minutes because I do need to stop drawing to kind of take a look at the progress. 5 minute is pretty good. I'm moving values too slowly, actually. Like I'm being too careful with my values. Like I shouldn't fear that I cannot blend it out because it's, or like wash it out because it's digital. So like that I'm no longer limited by the medium. I should just okay. A few more minutes. 2 more minutes, maybe. When I paint, I don't like to take my eyes off. Like while I'm doing brush strokes. Okay. The shape is off, dude. Come on. Wait, why is it off? Build the other side of the nose first. Hmm. Trying to avoid using liquify, even if I use lasso select. It's off. It's off. Okay, fine. I use warp. So I'll read. Yes, it is I, the Ganyu man. Yeah, I should go into the feedback channel a bit more. Thought about drawing other Genshin characters. I don't know Genshin Impact. So no. Doesn't like a fight tool good to just see the difference. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll use it a little bit. We'll see. Color range in mind. Kind of. Yeah. Kind of. I kind of think about the color range before I start. How did you learn about Ganyu? Okay, so I played Genshin for a week. Ganyu was not out because it was the first week. And then after a while, I saw Ganyu get released. I didn't actually go back to the game. I saw Ganyu. I was like, oh, this is the perfect character. Plus, there's a lot of Ganyu artists that just are artists who drew Ganyu that have normal drawings. Okay. I think the problem is I'm too zoomed in. Okay, let's stay zoomed out a little bit. Oh. Oh, you know what the issue is? Then drawing the nostrils, so the nose looks off, perspective-wise. Morally correct way to engage with gacha. Sometimes I forget that Ganyu is from Genshin Impact. I'm old, halfway dead. I'm in my 30s. Saw your Reddit account that you liked drawing anime a few years ago. What changed? Well, I started practicing. I always wanted anime realism, and I couldn't get there before. Okay, draw a bit more. Well, in internet terms, 30s is like uh you're like a boomer. Technically incorrect, but that's how it is. I don't make the rules. There's what do you mean too many hours? I mean, if I spend too much time, it's really no too much time. I could just paint over the whole thing and restart it. Giant color wheel on my grave. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. So I'm a little under 2 hours in for this painting. I'll say I'm going slower for now. Uh, Deciding how much to work on a painting is case by case, and there's no clear guidelines for that. So it's not like I have a set of rules to follow. Different people seem to have different like criteria or like different place where they think something is overworked. Here's what I tell myself. If I cannot, like, if my skill does not allow me to put down another stroke to make the painting better, then that means I'm about to overwork it. If I can still make the painting better, then it's not overworked. By better, I mean like visually. Like if I step back, it looks better. If I step forward, like look closer, it looks better. Not just like more detail. More detail doesn't always mean better. So if I can improve it, then I'll improve it. But if you're at the point where each stroke you put down doesn't improve the painting as a painting, then you're about to overwork it, or you have already. A lot of people mistaken detail for good. Like, oh, if I just render it more, it'll be better. Sometimes it is true. But often it is not. Sometimes the over polish is not a diminishing return, it actually makes it look worse. And it's either the over polish doesn't like distracts from the focal point, or it's rendered incorrectly. Just because you're adding more stroke doesn't mean the strokes make sense in terms of lighting and in terms of composition. You can ruin a composition by adding too much emphasis in one part or the wrong parts. So that goes back to if it's not making it look better, it's not making the painting better, then don't do it. Okay, I think I'm ready to study the actual expression. I can detail it more, but I'll just be erasing the details. Unless there's any contrast I need to change. This back here. I mean, I don't know if you guys can see it. And making it darker. Let's draw the blur manually. Do you reckon it's normal to be dissatisfied with a lot of? Yes, I think it's normal. I don't know if normal is the right word, but it's common. I dislike most of the work I make right now, and I think that will be the same forever. Oh. I'm trying to understand light more when it comes to making my own art. I was wondering if you had any info on that one tip about warm shadows, cool lights, and vice versa. Uh, that one tip. Keep the temperature of your shadows and lights consistent for the same light source. That's about it. It's not that complicated. It's not complicated, but it's kind of difficult to put into practice. Consider. I actively consider the lighting. always. Handling commissions. Um, I say minimum price should be minimum wage. If you can't, if you can't price it at least, at the very least, minimum wage per hour, and like you get no customers, that means you probably should practice more, or the industry is just really bad in where you are. And either way, it might not be worth it to do commissions at that point. I mean, you can still do it, but personally, I wouldn't at that point. And then after that, it's just what is a comparable rate for something similar to what you make. Like you look at artists that make similar things. If you price out the fame, how much should the base be? And then start there. Yeah. But it's hard to. I think it's hard to price art. Like I don't really know how to price it very well. What level of artistry? I don't know how to define levels. I just want to get better. I need to get better. Get good. I don't know how to classify it yet because if I'm not there, then I can't really judge it well. So I would never know until I get there. I would know exactly. I mean, there are certain things I like Western painters more for. So it's hard to say. I wouldn't know. We'll just keep going. We'll just keep going. Oh, hi. Illustration out of numbers. I mean, it's the same as out of text, right? It's not. It's not really a challenge, or unless you mean like ASCII art. Like it has to be formatted and lined. Then yeah, that would be a challenge, but that's not painting anymore. I want to paint, not just make an image. Like having cool images is secondary to the act of painting. If it was the primary reason I paint, I would just use AI if I only wanted the result. So the method matters. I want to lose this part a little bit. I still don't know what you mean by make it out of numbers. But maybe if it's painting, then I'll do it. Higher the artistry level, the less people will notice the subtlety. So I guess, but the level is kind of arbitrary. Like who decided what is better and what's worse. So I think it's more like a lot of it is personal preference. So if I say, oh, I'm at a higher technical level or artistry, that just means I like what I make. It's not, there's no real standard here, and there could, maybe there isn't one to begin with. So yeah, you notice the thing that you obsess about more than any other person. So of course, eventually other people will stop noticing because they don't care about it because there's no standard for it. It's just whatever you care about. So there's really no like there's not really a figurative pedestal to put myself on if I said, "Oh yeah, I just other people just don't get my art." Well, yeah, because it's preferential. Just because I like him more doesn't make it better. Doesn't mean it's like a higher level or whatever. Closer to what I like. There's a hierarchy for technical skill though, so that's a little different. Pretty sure oil trained my eyes a little bit more. Like I'm noticing more things, more subtleties. I'll take as much time as I need to push this painting. As far as I need to push it. So it might be a long stream. What are my opinions on the Ross Ross scandal? I think he should pay people, especially since he's probably really rich from his art career. Uh, though I think in the art industry, actually any industry, I think it's true that the most successful people are unhinged in some way, and that's just like his opinion differs from most people compared to compared to most people based on the like his own criterias. I'm not saying what his opinions are good, but definitely pay people and probably don't use AI on your art book that you're gonna sell. And my opinion on it is pretty well summarized by Sam Does Art. Like I think his opinion is pretty close to mine, and it's yeah, it's a good opinion in general. So just watch that video. More yellow here. Actually, the whole thing's more yellow or orange. Like mine's a bit too gray. You mentioned any platform that's usually Chinese, uh, Red Note. Have you factored in his energy? I don't know his what do you mean his energy? I didn't read the document, and I think from the beginning, right? Like a long time ago when he was making the whole color dodge videos. Like from that point on, I know he was like clout farming. And I said this before, I like his earlier paintings more than his later paintings where it's like you just blast the contrast and the saturation to get more clicks. Uh, and I didn't like that. So like the art, I don't know about his energy, but yeah, I just judge based on the art itself. I don't know him personally, and I don't really know him as a person because I don't look into it. Why would I do that when I can be drawing instead? Painting. I just want to look at the art. I'm telling that he addressed the AI stuff, but not him refusing to pay people for it. Oh, did he actually address the AI things? I didn't keep up with the update. But I don't know, maybe he's just not that good of a person. I don't know. My opinion on his art is still the same. His earlier ones are better. And actually, after he came back out of hiatus, his art got better again, a little bit. Uh, Better as in I like it more. And then the AI stuff. I don't care about it. It's just like, and if he's making AI stuff or he's using AI to finish his stuff, then obviously I care about the art much less because it's not like if I see it right, it's obvious sometimes when it's AI, then I don't find it that interesting usually. There are AI images that look cool. I'll give it that, but I'm more interested in the technique of the artist and stuff I can learn from. So personally, I like yeah, things can look cool. I can study it a little bit, but there's no technique to study from AI generated art. So I my care about it drops pretty heavily once I know someone's posting AI stuff. Yeah, because I can see that from anywhere, right? Like if I just look at stuff that is generated by AI and I like how it looks, then it doesn't matter who made it. The whole argument with the AI has creative direction is it's dumb. There's a little bit, but it's not enough to say, "Oh, I'm the artist." No, like I said, it's like you're the commissioner. You commission the art from the AI. You paid the subscription and you got a piece of art from or an image, whatever you want to call it, from typing some text. You might as well be typing an email to another artist to draw for you. That doesn't make you the artist. If anything, the machine is more of an artist than the person prompting. I keep saying I'm gonna study the expression soon, but I enjoy this part of the process as well, so here we are. It's okay. Even if I'm gonna paint over it, I like the painting. It's good practice. Oh, what is that? Okay, you know what I wish I had? If I could put the color wheel here and I can use my like another pen to tap. Wait a second. Hold on. I have another pen. Hold on. Wait. I have another pen. So that means I can put my color wheel on the left side and the layers on the left side. And put my painting on the right side. And I can pick my color with my left hand and draw with my right hand. That would increase my speed by like 50%. Oh my god, hold on. That's crazy. Oh, you know what? I need to bind the color pick to my right pen. Wait. This is actually interesting. I don't think anybody has done this before. Nobody has done this before. So if I alt key the upper pen click, I can color pick. Wait. No. Yeah, it's alt. Upper key. Keyboard key. Alt. Okay. So that means I can hold this color pick and I can change the color. I have to lift the pen, lift my right pen, and I go back to my right pen after picking the color. So if I get used to it, I can pick the color 50% faster because I don't have to move across the screen. The only downside is I don't have zoom and space. There's not enough keys on the pen. I can only set the same keys on the pen. And I need the right click to change like the whatever size more accurately. But I can't bind spacebar or control plus, so I can't zoom in and out. I'll still have to press the keyboard. That works. I think it will speed it up by like 50%. Like if I get used to it. Like I save time moving across the screen. This works. Hold on. Let me get used to it real quick. So if I pick this color, right? I pick this color and I go down and I paint. Pick the color, go down, paint. Oh, that's great. That's great. No, 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 no. So I know the turbo box thing, but the fact that I have to take my hand off the pen to press it is not worth it. Like it doesn't speed it up because I'm really fast with the keyboard controls anyway. So the only benefit is if I can hold both pens at the same time. Yeah, this is faster. Like the change is not huge, but this is a 4K screen, so I can stay zoomed out for the entire thing. It'll be faster with detailing for sure. I don't know if it's like 50% faster, but I wish there was a setting for making so that the latest pen to touch the tablet is the main. Or the closer pen is the main, but I don't think they'll ever add that. Nobody would use it. Nobody would use it. But oh, wild. I have to get used to this because right now I'm still processing it, like with my brain. So it's slower. Like if I don't have to process it mentally, then it'll definitely be faster. Hmm. Though, okay, maybe not 50% faster because I have to think and look at my picture, like look at my painting. So a lot of times I'm actually not moving my pen. It's not like a bandwidth issue. But when it is a bandwidth issue, there would be no bandwidth issue anymore. So I don't think I can think as fast as I can move two pens. Okay, so I need more red. So go here, paint this. Yeah, this definitely works. But I can already tell it's gonna take a bit of time to get used to. So I'm not used to lifting my pen that high off the canvas or screen, not canvas. There's no canvas. Hold on, I gotta record this. Because it's so funny. Give me a second. I need a break anyway, so. Some lives are saved, but some live streams are saved, but some are not. Even do this. Uh, because triangle is more accurate, or better depiction of value versus saturation. I mean, you can't really adjust colors that well with just a dial. So Musashi Miyamoto. I don't think Musashi had a tablet, so I'm definitely not him. I should probably start drawing the expression. It's so weird having the color wheel on the right side. Wait, but I do lose the keyboard if I dual wield the pen. Oops. Let's leave that there. I'm not used to it right now. I have to switch back. It's it's not slower, but it's not faster either. Because like the Alt key is faster for color picking if I use my right hand. I should probably horizontal flip. I hate this. Hate it so much. Horizontal flip hurts me every time, like without fail. Damn. Like before I flip, you always think I'm doing pretty well. Every time I flip it, I wonder if I'm using my eyes correctly. Clearly not. Clearly not. Okay, we gotta fix this first. Oh, hi. Mulayan Studios. Thanks for joining. Yeah, I don't know how the recommendation works on Twitch at all. I just like dual stream, so it's whatever. Why do I want to go faster in my process? So I don't know, fast better, fast good. How do you do for horizontal flip in real life? So you hold up the paper in the light, and you can see through it a little bit. Please fix it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, fine. I'll resort to liquify. What the heck? Like, how did I draw to even get this? Oh, come on, man. Come on. What's going on? Hmm. Nah, I can't. This is straight up skill issue. No excuse. What does it look like if I flip back? Oh man. If I flip back? Okay, I don't hate it immediately, so that's good. Take me a minute before I hate it. Look at all that useless detail on top. That's and then you get the shape wrong. It's like, why did I even do that? Let's look what check what the problem is. Oh. Okay. This enough minute has passed that I starting to hate it now. It's like clockwork. I'll eventually go back to how I draw digital originally. Even though right now I'm practicing more uh like a traditional rendering method. Bringing the expression studies in a bit. I'll take a 2-minute break. for 1 minute. I come back and I already don't like it. That's unfortunate. Why don't I like this? I'm not sure why I don't like it. Okay, let's change the color first for the expression. I'm going to save this as a separate layer, but slightly more red on the nose. Under the eye bag, a little redder. Let's start with that. Wait a second. Oops. I gotta redraw the face. So what happens when you're sad? Or for example, if someone's crying, they get stuffy nose, so you try to breathe. That's why you extend the nostrils. There's also if you furrow your eyebrow, then you tense up the muscle in the middle here, right? But what if, I mean, you can be sad without furrowing your eyebrow too much. Uh, most of the time, people just make it so that the eyes are watery. So let's make the eyes watery a little bit. Let's make it So that's watery. If it's watery, it also reflects the parts that's not lit, the dark areas. So like the hair. Shadow. Let's make it so that the eyebrow is furrowed a little bit. So goes up like this. I'll adjust it a little bit at a time. The lighting's on the top left. So if we're pushing the eyebrow up, this part will tense. And we'll get more light on the right side. Like this. Right. So if the eyebrow is furrowed and raised, this plane will become facing up more. So we'll have more lights. Let's have the skin stretch like up towards the center. If someone's crying, they'll have like a more pronounced eye bag. And combine that with the blush. Be more like this. No, I'm drawing with a pen, not with a mouse. Sad or recently crying? Crying right now. Dilation of blood vessels. Drawing with. I've drawn with a mouse before. I don't really like it that much, but it's fun in some ways. So let's say you do tense up your lower eyelids, right? Like a little bit, so you get the crease. But that also means you push up the maybe here. Alright, let's do both sides. Now second. More red. I don't think spamming red will solve all my problems, but they're solving some problems right now. Let's increase the saturation for this area. Okay, maybe not that much. Oops. Okay, so if you cry, like you cry, you're tensing up a lot of the muscles in probably both eyelids because you're trying to squeeze out the tears. Not necessarily. If you furrow your eyebrows, then it pushes this down, I think. Oh, wait. If you push the eyebrow up on the inside, then it'll push the inner eyelid or the double eyelid up on the inside, I think. So this way. Your eyes also become red. So let's go red, orange. Maybe not that red. Halfway. Do a little bit with the muscles. So here it goes up like that, right? So push this up. Push that up. Okay, that's pretty good. So this has a bump like here, but then it flattens out and then another bump here. Because it's like the transition for the skull, I think would be more apparent because all the skin is being pulled this way. Like that. Wait, let me draw it. All the skin is being pulled like that way and then up, and then this is being pulled in and up this way. Right? And that frown, this will go this way and out. Down and out. So this shadow would be heavier. Okay. Let's try that logic. It's right part. I don't want any like heavy creases or distortions. You know that thing when if your face is wet or like you got out of pool or you're crying, the hair sticks to your face. It's like it's wet, so gets if it touches your skin, it'll stick to it. Let me see if that works. I think I need to do that last. to be honest. But I'll leave some in. And let's see if I can sneak in a tiny bit of glare for the tear. So she's facing this way, so the tear would land. Right. There. The reflection, you still keep a lot of the base color for liquids. Oh. This one is too obvious. Actually, it's the hair that's too obvious. More red in the nose. So I think the flares would be more red. So here. Deeper red. If I just dropped high saturation red by itself in there, it looks really weird. So let's make the nostrils open up a little bit more. Like, because if it flares up, it's being dragged like slightly upwards, right? eyelash gets wet. Yeah, I don't know if I can draw that in without exaggerating it. I mean, so far it's not bad, but I'll make it more sad without like, just without doing anything. Like just put a big frown on the face. Okay, let's do tense up a little bit of the muscle for the smile lines. But since it's gonna be stretched up, the smile lines are gonna be pushed up a little bit. Like that. I think that much is enough. And then, oh, huh. Let's make the lip thinner because it will be like the muscles gets dragged this way and this way, right? And the lip gets dragged by the muscle. So let's do that. So there won't be as much pucker in the lips. So it wouldn't have this shape like this. This shape. It's gonna be more like rounded. I think the front face will be more in the light, like that, maybe. Let's do darker here. Oh, it's hard. I don't want it to just open her mouth. That's not the only effect. Wait. There was shadow here, right? Yeah, a lot of guys have this, like, I want to say lump, but form around the mouth. Does that mean guys just look sadder normally? Oh, so the chin will tense up. So you see those like little bumps on the chin because like the muscles are squeezing tight. So the skin is actually being squeezed. So there's like dimples in the skin. Oh, let's make it a little bit more. We'll exaggerate this part. And oh, the skin. There's actually another fold down here, the chin. If you push the lips up, you get like a tiny fold on the bottom of the chin. It's like it almost like tries to flatten out. So you might get another cast or light casted on there. Okay. Yeah, that works. So we went from this to that. Some muscle deformations. Let's make more. Yeah, let's make more exaggerations. I mean, at this point, they're not even exaggerations, but so this bump will be heaviest around this area. So let's do so along this ridge, right? So there's going to be a surface here that will receive the light, like reflective light. And then probably not this. Let's furrow the eyebrow a little bit more. Oh, so if you furrow the eyebrow, they actually face down because like the eyebrow sits at the ridge. And if you tense it up, it lowers it a little bit. So the hair actually goes forward like this instead of up. I don't know how much that matters, but if we can see the lower surface of the eyelid. If we can, it will definitely be red. Forgot to lower this one. How do I push this one? The eyes more. Corners of the mouth are getting flexed. So I think the corners of the mouth gets flexed up, but then near the corner, like here, gets flexed down. So let's try that. So push the lips down here, but then actually push the corners up. Kind of like that. I don't know how to. I don't know how to exaggerate that. Okay, so let's do mouth open a little. Oops. Stretch here. Wait. Because the lips are thinner, there's not going to be as much shadow under the lips, right? The nose part, I don't know. Maybe flare it out a bit. And let's get more of a stretch. Not that much. What about asymmetrical? Okay. You have a wrinkle from the nose to the mouth corners. Yeah, the smile line. The smile line's a tricky one because if you overdo it, it like immediately adds like 2 decades to whatever character you're drawing. So like if I just do this, man, that still kind of works, actually. Let me see. It would be up here, I think. Yeah, it'll be up here. It's like the nose is getting pushed up, so the smile line would start here. That means we'll get light on the surface. Yeah. Yeah, since that's pushed up, we'll get light on this surface as well. Like, make it a little bit more puffy. Same thing here. Exaggerate it a bit without screwing it up. Oh, I can. Make her look a bit towards the viewer. That's better. I wanna. Nope. There should be a line here. I'm like slowly exaggerating a little bit. Too much. Oh, would I be able to put a light here? Yeah. I don't want to make it unrealistic, like over exaggerated. I still want it to be within the realms of realism. So the lighting has to be correct. Wait a second. There should be a light here. It should be. Oh, collarbone. Like the tendon that's from the collarbone. When you're like breathing hard, it tense up this part. So it shows more. Trying is too hard. You know, ears as well, but okay. What am I missing? What am I missing? Feels like I'll hit a wall soon. Do a different layer. Let's do a different layer. What? Oh, that's not the right layer. If you're crying and you hold your hair in your face, for example, let's do a new one actually. Let's go. So you hold your hair in your face and then you move it out of the way. So it'll fall kind of like this. And then if you move some of it out of the way, let's do this color. Whoops. Go under the chin. Let's say you move these out of the way. Would that work? contour of the muscles, like the forehead, being tense. So this way, actually, let's do the major ones. This way, and don't worry about the lighting for the hair, the strands later. Don't really want it in the eye. Like you'll probably move it out of the eye, right? Like if it's poking your eyes, even if you're crying, you'll just move it out. Okay, now I can do the exaggerate the mascara. No, like you mean like when the mascara gets smeared? I'll avoid doing that. Maybe I can do a little bit, but I don't know if I like that look, like the smeared mascara. So I kind of want like a bunch of hair around part of the eye, so like it's unkept this side. But almost like blurry. So let's do this. Oops. So when you have hair like this, it actually has cast shadow. So we'll do the cast shadow for the hair as well. It's too over. Cast shadow. We'll use the red on the lower eyelid or the eye bag, whatever. Here as well. I want to make sure that I get still like the focal points. So the dark of the eye here. I think I should use round brush at this point. The light shines through, like it's high enough that it will have cast shadows or reflections of the eyelash. So we'll do that shape. Doesn't look right. Better. This side of the eyes, the iris is definitely going to be darker. What would wiped off mascara even look like here? Ooh, wait a second. Let's get the shape of the upper eyelid when it's stressed. Like when the eyebrow is being pressed. Too sharp. Like too sharp. Maybe I have to. Yeah. Right now I'm doing a little bit of like composition with just the shape of the hair. Let's make this part dark. I don't want to overdo the hair, but it seems to be okay right now. I kind of want to study how, like, uh, hands, like, what does a sad hand look like? Because there's certain gestures you make, certain things that you do when you're sad. And I think you can portray like a sad hand. We'll study that next time. How you draw sad characters without even looking at the face. So the pose is obvious, like you can have sad poses, but I think, wonder if I can isolate it to just hand. don't know. I have to study hands separately for this. No, I listen to music. I just don't play it on the stream because copyright. The the chest might be red as well, right? Let's try this. Okay, let me adjust the level for this. Hmm. Oh man, I've been at this for a bit more than actually 4.5 hours now, maybe a little more. I still don't like it. Okay, that's great. Get more clarity. frame it a little differently. It's too bright. That's what it is. I'll leave it as this. I don't want to mess with it anymore. I'm not really studying the expression now, just messing with the color. So I'll close the stream soon. Unless anybody has any questions. If your questions I'll try to answer. Otherwise, I'll close the stream. Save this. Grayed out part on the nose bridge. I mean, it's not that the nose bridge is grayed out, it's just the bottom part of the red. The nose is redder. But I wonder if it'll help if I... It's like there's less flesh in the center part of the nose. But maybe that's better. Yeah, maybe that's better. This is fine. Yeah, I know the side. I'll leave it a bit gray actually. It's like the shadow is a little bit blue, so it's just desaturated because the secondary light source is blue. The or environmental light, whatever you want to call it. So most important part for doing a successful painting. Shapes. Having good shapes, most likely. If I had to pick one thing. Alright, I'll see you guys next time.